Here we are. Hello, hello. Last two boss meals of the week. Let's go. Ba-da-ba-bum. Toggles. One of those. Greg support. One of those. Let's go. I didn't press the sequence. Give me that. How many scrolls have I hoarded on this? 24, that's not bad. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Boom. A katsu. Hmm. Do I have my key down? I do. Bum, bum, bum. Next.
This game amuses me, but this is far from over.
Mhm. No, why are you doing the slow animation? Why is my OBS so freaking delayed right now? What? What the heck? Ba-ba-ba-bum, bum. Bro, why does it have to be pixel perfect? Oh no, spotlight goes away when you change maps, I forgot. Uh-huh. Boss meal done. Need to do Colbert. Wait, the keydown is a 1 minute, isn't it? Oh no, man. I should have used it. Should have used it earlier. Imagine optimizing Colbert. I forgot the debuff. Is it even debuffed? I don't think it is. Apparently it is. Okay. Good job, me. Yeah, I don't think popping Spotlight early was a good idea. I don't think I even had it for the last part of the burst. Oh yeah, I forgot EB Link. Oh yeah, I forgot. Wait, I didn't press that? Well, that's grift. Yeah, I'm not redoing this. How much lower is it? Hopefully it's at least the same as last week. Okay, it is still higher even though I completely grifted. So that's fine. What am I even leveling here? Nothing, because I don't do Monster Park, I don't do dailies. I guess I occasionally do dailies, so I could go for the dailies EXP. But yeah, I almost never do dailies these days. No, that goes into the auction house. Oh, I sold some boxes. Very nice. Hello, Bardad. Okay, next. Kaiser. Let's go. One of those. One of those. No. Yes. Wait, why did I buy a VAP buff? Well, I guess we're using it. Fifth job skills are not affected by buff duration. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that's affected fifth job wise. As far as I can remember. What do I press? I forgot. I guess I use Origin. Did I even pop my buffs? Apparently I did. Wait, that's not my skill sequence? Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-bum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Yeah, I could use a bit more damage on my Kaiser. Like 20% stronger would be more comfortable. Can't imagine Sia needs to combo. I can't imagine Sia's need to combo getting resolved fully. Yeah, I don't know how Sia works. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to play the class for a while to kind of start to figure things out. There's nodes in 6 shop that increase shine duration. Oh, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum.
This game amuses me, but this is far from over.
Makes you wonder what the max duration is. There's probably stuff on Maple Wiki with like the max level stats for the Hexa. She has error the link through error the link, not AXA. Okay. There we go. Done. And I need to do covert. Oh, why is my goddess skill on that skill sequence? Yeah, it's really not supposed to be there. Well, I'm not gonna redo this. Yeah, and that skill as well. Like, that's not supposed to be on the first skill sequence. Wait, am I even in final form? Yeah, I am. Almost the same as last week, even though I gained damage because I grifted. Yeah, how did I guess I pressed the wrong sequence. Wait, I don't have Maso on me. Okay, boss meal's done. So, do I need to do challenger words? Well, let's see. Yeah. Right. Wait, did I finish the daily or not? Not yet. There we go. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. Hello, Nick. There we go. So Challenger World stuff. I could finish the Erda weekly 1.1k mobs. Although, yeah, we could do that. We could do that. What time is it? Yeah, I should be fine. Cool. And I guess we can unlock this Hexa stat. What are we going for again? Stat boss damage attack. Wait, boss damage? Yeah, I guess it is. I just remember Maple Scouter suggesting like crit damage in Challenger World. Actually, boss damage on the main line, I guess. Oh no, I can't. I've already done that. Main stat then. Oh, I don't have enough fragments to do that. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, what meal are we doing? Right, so we're using 3x now. Mhm. Do I have everything? I think I did. Yeah, I think I do. What's the 2k mobs for? Oh, profession. $258, cool. Wait. Damn it. I wanted to pop a booster. Yo, yet another version of this song. Whose cover is this? It's just the... No, I don't think it's the original. Okay, this E-bus needs to freaking get out of here. Yo, thank you for the raid song. Have a good rest. Follow LQS for the level 300 grind. Almost there. Hello, go kids. You thought I was late today? Why? Did Twitch not show my stream on the sidebar? Hello, hello. Yeah, I wouldn't rely on the sidebar, it's not very reliable. Even when you only follow 4 people, it doesn't seem like it's reliable for some reason. Package has been stuck in Poland since the 5th. That's annoying. I remember one time the tracking for my package said they lost it. So the seller, like the shop decided to just send another one, and then I received both of them, and then they said I can keep the extra one. Because I legit thought it, you know, the tracking said the package was lost, so I was like, shit. Easy infinite money glitch. Why international transit though? Like, are you not in Poland? Because that just makes it sound like it's departing from Poland. But maybe it's just departing from, like, the customs facility. Up to 21% already. I just leveled like earlier. Very juiced. What if you get 2 plushes? Imagine. Yeah, I don't think you posted it, no. Oh, that's a cute plushie. Where's my mouse? There we go. Oh yeah, pop coupon. Okay, D8 done. We got 36%, almost 35%. Very nice, very nice. Yes. Next. Let me set up this arcane field. I should like, how do I do the thing? Yeah, there we go. Pop some coupons. Cool. Should have bought orange juice so you could play 100% orange juice while drinking orange juice. Nice. I know that game. $200 orange juice. Oh yeah, this guy is gonna level as well. $200 mixed juice. Yeah, seems like a cute anime, like, board game. Easy to get into and can be fairly chaotic. Do you just get auto-matched with people online, or are you like playing with friends or what? It's lobby-based? Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Maybe they added that in a later update, but yeah, that helps a lot. Hello, Mori. Welcome, welcome. You can join mid-game too. Interesting. That's some cute emotes. Booster. Whoopsie. Yeah, modern DLC for the game is scary, but the game is perfectly balanced even without them. Yeah, I didn't know that they went that hard with that game. Like it's a very old game. You know, I remember seeing it and thinking it was cute. Like, I don't know, it must have been like 10 years ago. And then I just kind of forgot about it. It's getting Mitra's worth for potential main. At a certain point, yes, but if you have no other pitched items, it's not really an upgrade. You also have to think about whether you want to roll the potential yourself or not. Because if you buy a clean Mitras, now you're cursed to roll the potential yourself. Which is fine if you're taking it easy, but yeah, it might take a very long time. But also buying like a 5-line Mitra is probably gonna be like over 100 bill on GMS. 2014? Yeah, sounds about right. Wait, why am I not... Bruh. Why did MapleM stop? Now I'm on cooldown for making a party. Oh well. I'll just do that then. Actually, I don't even want to be in this map. Wait, why am I doing this during a booster? I always do that shit. Was meant to be a later portal to Unity. You know what happened? Yeah, I'm glad they didn't do that. Still functions even if there's occasional desync issues. Yeah, I mean, it's like... If a game worked at one point on like Windows 10 or later, it's very unlikely that it will completely break just because of a newer Windows update. Even though Windows is pretty volatile, you know, it's not that bad. I don't know what their reasons were for going for Unity, because like rewriting your game in a modern engine doesn't magically solve all the issues you have. It potentially creates more issues, because now you have basically a completely untested game with an engine that maybe you're not familiar with. And now you need to go through the same many years of battle testing your game and fixing bugs every now and then. Because even if you're the best programmer in the world and you already know the new engine, you're still gonna have many bugs that you didn't have before, guaranteed, that will pop up over time. But there's still like, there's valid reasons for doing a rewrite like that. I don't really know their, you know, their reasons, but yeah, it can easily be a trap. Especially when your original engine had a specific look and feel to it, and then you're gonna have a hard time making it feel exactly the same. Hello Skyball on YouTube. You're close to 11k Legion. Where's your blaster? My blaster is 260. Whoa, 258. Was looking into making PS1 low poly graphics. Yeah, I love that aesthetic. PS1 graphics are peak. Yeah, it's just very cool. When you're working with restrictions, you get very creative. So you see a lot of very cool ideas where people manage to make the hardware punch above its weight despite the limitations. A lot of people don't realize that when you have infinite tools and infinite power to do whatever you want, it can actually be detrimental because you get overwhelmed. You know, like if you give a kid every color in the universe, they're gonna make like a huge mess, and it's gonna be like a blob of every color. But if you give them like 4 colors, you know, they're gonna focus more on what they're drawing. Same idea. Like I see so many people who get caught up in, oh, I want to get into this hobby, and they spend months talking about it, buying things, you know, buying tools, expensive tools, and they never get anything done because they're like, oh, like this pro is using this, so I have to buy it as well, and they still have no idea what they're doing. Rip my drawing tablet. Some things are overwhelming, yeah. Draw on regular paper. Yeah, that's, I mean, digital drawing is like a whole separate skill. Like a, you know, an artist that comes from physical drawing, they're gonna have a hard time adapting to the digital tablet. It's like relearning how to draw. Want to commission someone to help you make one of your OCs? Yeah, I'm always torn on stuff like that because on one hand, it just feels way more rewarding and personal to draw my own OCs. But also, I'm not a good artist, so a good artist could give the character more personality potentially. So yeah. I just lack I don't know, I lack the artist sense of giving characters this quirks and, you know, details and all of that. I don't have the attention to detail that artists have. Yeah, I mean, like, you have to relearn some of it. Obviously, like, your, you know, color theory and, you know, anatomy, knowledge, all of that is gonna transfer over. But there is a lot of technique to relearn. That's for sure. So many tablet artists learn so many bad mistakes. Yeah, I wouldn't know if those bad habits are actually bad when you're drawing on tablet, or if it's just a byproduct of how you draw on a tablet. I wouldn't know. But I also think, so like the way I see it is, if you're so quick to go to fancy tools, that creates friction in you doing the activity. So it's like, oh, like I want to learn to draw, so I'm gonna buy a tablet. Oh, I don't know how to set up the tablet. I'm gonna spend hours setting up the tablet. I don't know how to utilize Photoshop or whatever software you want to use effectively, so I'm gonna spend hours doing that. Or you could, you know, if your goal is to learn to draw, you could immediately start with a piece of paper and, you know, like a pencil, and you have immediate feedback and you start immediately, and then over time you can start drawing digitally as well. But there's no friction to starting immediately if you start on paper. So I think that's a huge plus of starting on paper. Like, I don't know if you saw PewDiePie's drawing series, but, you know, he started on paper, and that's much quicker. There's no friction. It's the same thing with everything else, you know, like, just because you're not using the industry standard tool doesn't mean that you're not learning. If anything, you're, you know, you could be learning when instead you're just like learning the conventions of like the industry standard state-of-the-art tool instead of learning the basics. My art teacher thinks digital is what you should work towards. Physical paper is better for a while. Yeah, it's like once you know what you're doing, you know, that then it's also gonna be easier to kind of shape your own digital process. Because like when you have no idea what you're doing, you don't even know what, you know, like what the process is gonna look like once you're an established artist and you kind of have your own process. But you just don't know because you haven't developed anything yet. I feel uncomfortable leaving physical evidence. I feel that. I don't like people snooping on what I'm doing when it's unfinished and I don't want to show it. Whether it's art or anything else. You know, like if I'm studying something or researching something, I usually don't want... You know, if people ask me what I'm doing, like I don't want to tell them because it's like I don't really know what I'm doing. You know, I'm researching. But yeah, all the stuff about techniques that are very tied to the physical drawing, you know, like techniques that relate to drawing with a pencil and that relate to the physical properties of the pencil, or like, you know, like certain types of paint and all of that. All those things, when you go into digital, go out of the window, and there's a whole new set of techniques and, you know, knowledge that relates to how to get the program to do a stroke in a certain way. All of that goes out of the window, but you do carry over the, you know, like anatomy and, you know, like your hands being good at drawing. Excluding Fruitbat Factory and publishers like them, what's the point of having a publisher understand Fruitbat because they localize the games they publish? I don't really know because I've never published a game, so I don't know what the challenges are and what challenges the publisher solves. But I can imagine it has to do both with not having to, maybe not having to do marketing or like, you know, more exposure, or not having to handle certain like licensing things. But yeah, I've never published a game. I'm sure it's very difficult to like properly do it, you know, to do a good job at it. Like anyone can buy a Steam license and put their game on Steam, or I mean, you don't have to put your game on Steam. You can spin up a website and put the game on your website for download. That's you're technically releasing the game like that too. But yeah, like there must be some reason, you know, why they think it's advantageous. Like, you know, maybe the publisher is like decently big that people are gonna be looking through the portfolio of the publisher and then they see your game or something. Who knows? Like, I like developing games for fun, but the whole process of like publishing and maintaining the game, fixing bugs, I don't want to get into that. You know, I just like playing around with game dev concepts. All it takes is one streamer to like your game. I mean, that's a strat, but that's you can't just rely on being lucky. Because that meta is making games that are designed to provoke a reaction from streamers, and those games fizzle out very quick. So streamer-focused games, you see them all the time. Do you remember any of those games today? I can't. I mean, I vaguely remember, but yeah, none of those games are truly memorable. Very few of them are truly memorable, of the ones that catered to going viral on Twitch. Yeah, I guess FNAF is, you know, still was actually memorable, but there's so many forgettable ones that went viral and then fizzled out immediately because they, you know, the whole gimmick was that they clip farm, and then it's done. Fran Slop? What is Fran Slop? Remember Goat Simulator? Yeah, those games is what I'm talking about. I need to go eat dinner after this coupon. Those games is what I'm talking about. Like, sure, I remember Goat Simulator being a thing, but is that really a memorable game? No, it's more like that the streamers who played it were entertaining, and the game lent itself to producing funny clips. So I mean, it's not like you know, it's like there's always outliers, but that's generally the case. Like from what I've seen, from my experience, the memorable games are games that play the long game. You know, where they're actually passionate about their game, and they keep working on it, not to, you know, as a passion project, basically. You know, like Terraria continuing to release new patches. Thinking like peak oh, I see. So co-op games that are like designed to be stream friendly, I see. I haven't really played any of those. So it's hard for me to say whether the gameplay is, you know, like the game design and gameplay is actually impressive or anything. You know, like or if it's just the streamers making it entertaining. I mean, I've seen a bit of peak, and you know, it was funny, and you know, there's a lot of funny things in that game, but I don't know if I would say that, you know, the game is like particularly like polished or well designed. I mean, I haven't played it myself, so I can't really say, but so far it was, I mean, what I've seen was mostly entertaining because of the streamer than the game itself. Like, I feel like it's only funny because, you know, because of the people rather than the game itself. But I mean, that's kind of the point of those games. How some game devs do videos on progression on coding the game is made, they invested in the story. They get invested in the story just to be a part of it. And they get guilty by a crap game. I mean, statistically, most games that are being developed are going to be shit. And then what makes the difference is whether you continue trying, whether it's trying, you know, making a new game and trying to improve on your mistakes, or trying to improve the game that, you know, like, you have to not lie to yourself. You know, if the game is bad and it doesn't hit the targets that you wanted to hit, you gotta, you know, try to improve it. So like someone making a video series about developing their game and the game flops is very realistic. That's what most games are gonna be like. You will spend thousands of hours writing the most beautiful code, making the most beautiful technical decisions that you feel good about and that are like objectively good, technically good from a technical standpoint. And the game will flop and no one will want to play it, and no one will notice it. And and the game is actually bad. That's most game dev projects. That's just how it is. That is the reality of it. Very few games actually, very few devs actually manage to get out of that. Because it's just like you have to be really passionate and also just, you know, some elements of luck and, you know, being talented and all of that. Okay, I need to go eat dinner. We'll be back soon. We already gained 2 levels. See you soon. Enjoy the music. I'm back. The pat's stuck. Jumping for an hour. True. Let's see. I still need to finish the activations on this. Hello, Bucket. Liberation tomorrow. Nice. Hype, hype. Yeah, you can always save up for the cubing, or do it slowly. Yeah, the abyssals too. Hello, Uro. Liberation. Everyone is liberating. Makes sense though. All the Genesis passes. Will you be able to roll decent lines? 100 something cubes stocked up. Yeah, you could roll something with that. Okay, so this character ended up getting what, 33%? That's pretty good. Okay, into the auction house. Next. BM phase 3 wasn't that bad after you got used to it. You just need a bit more damage to try and get out of phase 1 faster. Yeah, phase 1 is very annoying if you can't get out of it quick. Losing lives just by existing, yeah. Yeah, Genesis iframe is gonna help a lot. Buccaneer is already free without Genesis iframe. Yeah, because you're iframing most of your burst. Makes sense. Surely unified cash up soon. Would be nice. Yeah, it would be so nice if I could reunite some of my VAC pads. Weapon jump and risk taker. Or bosses like Gloom, where you can dodge everything. It's free with Genesis iframe. There's definitely a lot of situations in which you could use it, yeah. Nah, it's... like, the risk taker, I'm pretty sure is like lower percent attack than Ring of Restraint, but it lasts longer. But for a very bursty class like Ran, it's more like a, you know, a ring you switch to situationally. That's kind of what it is for most classes anyway. It's just a situational ring that you use when you're like iframing everything, basically. Yeah, exactly. You switch to it during the off burst, situationally. Yeah, the chip damage is not terrible, for sure. Because it's like, the Hurricane in itself doesn't do a lot of damage, but it procs other things that do damage. And of course, using the Serpent off cooldown. I mean, doing 4 rings is just a lot of effort. It's... Unless you're a Giga Sweat, it's not worth... It's possible to do. Maybe there's even cases where it's optimal, but yeah. Too lazy to ring swap, yeah. Yeah, the ring swap button is between 2 rings. You equip 2 rings, and the button switches between the 2. If you want to do more than 2, then you have to manually equip them. Like, manually click the ring, or drag it into the slot. So yeah. The value of totaling versus other rings just depends on your progression. Because like, you know, like how much stat you have versus how much attack you have is gonna change over time. I feel like totaling is something that starts to become better as your gear is more min-maxed, but I'm not entirely sure. And I wouldn't know what ring you would use as your 4th ring anyway, other than totaling. There's a ring that amps your critical damage by 25%. You mean like the hyperspace cube ring, like the raw ring? That one doesn't count as a skill ring. So I don't think you can use the ring swap function for it. I think like... Oh, the critical damage ring, I see. Okay, okay. But yeah, you have to remember that depending on your gear progression, unless it's a very strong Oz ring, it might not be significantly better than having a 22-star stat ring or something. You know, just because like when your stab force and everything is not min-maxed, the value of just a stat ring is a lot higher. Probably not awful. Yeah, I don't really know. We need to test. Yeah, the main rings would be Ring of Restraint and Weapon Jump for classes that don't use continues. Rip, next challenger, you're gonna be playing DS and unless there's a new class. Well, what makes you... Oh, because you promised? Oh, no. Yeah, there's... I think it's very unlikely that they would release a new class. But it's possible that they might remaster a class and... give some kind of event related to it. But even that is unlikely. Usually they do remasters in between patches or at the later stages of a patch. Oh, actually, no, we're talking about... Yeah, I keep thinking in terms of KMS. Yeah, there's the Wild Hunter remaster, so you could... But you can't do Wild Hunter on day one, so yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see the non-KMS stuff. So like, maybe we get Kana and Hayato remaster, but I think it would be too early for that. Yeah, I'll see you later, Bucket. Thank you for stopping by. Zero and Adele. Oh, DS has a lot of iframes. I don't remember which. I remember one. I don't remember the other one. But yeah, it definitely has. That's what I heard about the S2. Hello, Squidge. How's the grind? Oh, it's been good. I'm 10.912 right now. Getting closer. Almost there. Patch preview soon. Yep, soon TM. Back on the mode grind on Chronos now. Nice. Ride or die time. Oh no. Cadena almost 277. Oh, that's pretty solid. Yeah, you're gonna be 280. And if you clear at least up to normal CERN, you get 60k. Easy clap. Not like reboot even needs 60k. Like, it doesn't really give anything insane for heroic to get 60k. Six weeks chilling until 75k. Damn. The bragging medal. Need to tackle more solos. Yeah, you can take it easy. You have so many mons. I think it's more than 2 months even. Like, isn't it until April? I forgot. Yeah. It's a proper challenger word for once, where we get the full duration of it. February is probably just the... like, the end of the event, not the end of challenger. There's another event. Like, there's 2 coin shops in this whole patch. Worth funneling maple points from regular to heroic. Hello, resume writer. It's a lot of work, but if you want to be free to play, you know, strictly free to play, then you can do a lot more than if you know, just didn't do that. You would have no other option to obtain some things on heroic. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Like, I could do that because I'm already established, but every time I think about doing side projects on heroic, it just feels like the value you get is just a lot worse. Even just paying for a backpack in Maple Points is a lot of regular server masso that I could use for other things, even though it's technically possible. Yeah, the sauna is even more expensive. Made another account on Challenger Interactive. Yeah, good idea. Challenger is a really good way to get started in Interactive. And if you pay attention to the auction house and you progress fast, you can make a lot of massa from selling things in Challenger that would be cheaper on the main world. Like, if you get an arcane box or something early into Challenger, that could sell for a lot of massa. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that you can do. It's nice to do farms and chronos again, where you have like 5k cards. So painful in Challenger, yeah. It's been ages since you did regular server merching, forgot how fun it can be. I don't get like deep into merching, but there's definitely like a whole thing you can do there. You know, that could be your main gameplay for interactive, just merching. Some people do that very successfully. Like, the main thing I like about regular server is that everything is massa, so if you have enough massa, you can do anything. There's no other things holding you back. I mean, obviously there's EXP, but yeah. And it doesn't matter how I make the massa, so I'm free to do whatever as long as I'm making enough massa to buy the things I need. Need a better fam revamp, honestly. You can buy a Vakpat at an auction. Yeah, you can buy a Vakpat. They're very pricey on GMS. But yeah, like I have 8 Vakpats. I bought most of them at 25 to 30 bill when they were cheaper. You can revive them with regular Water of Life. So it's basically free to revive. Yeah, once you have it forever. Yeah, some things are easier, some things are harder, and it depends on who you are too. Things that might be that I take for granted might be difficult for other people and vice versa. Yeah, it's Challenger World is the best time to start, because you don't need to... you don't need to have a rough time at the beginning, because you're as strong as if you had Legion and Links without having Legion and Links. You bypass that whole thing. By the time you leap, if you use all the events, you're gonna have 8k, 8.5k Legion by the time you leap. Got the 8813 glove. Oh, that's a pretty damn sick glove, yeah. Nice gain, nice gain. And like you get so many legendary potentials out of Challenger World with the legendary scrolls. Like legendary potentials are good, like really good value on interactive. It's not as easy to work on potential as on heroic. So being able to basically get a guaranteed legendary emblem and secondary and a lot of solid cubes to roll some lines on them, it saves you like a lot of annoyances at the beginning. Because like you don't need good potentials to be strong, but some items you really wanna eventually get to legendary. In like all the event rings and event ring cubes. Also, like on GMS specifically, they added non-karma hard cubes in the Challenger shop, which is pretty insane value. They're only 5 coins each, so you could buy like, I don't know, like thousands of them even. It's pretty insane. So you could cube all your shit to like 15% unique if you prep gear before you leap. So yeah, it's a lot if you really put in the work to take advantage of it. Yeah, and it's specifically a GMS thing. KMS doesn't have that, MapleStory doesn't have that. That's the song. It's the song. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you will have to put in. The thing is, like, the progression up until you reach the limit of the Challenger gear is basically the same as on Heroic. As in, you don't, like, you're immediately, like, with the Challenger gear, you are strong enough to do C10, even if you don't put any work into your gear. And then if you're confident, you can buy the rental gear to do it faster and more reliably. And it's basically the same as an heroic Challenger. And also, like, the B-pot on the Challenger weapon, it makes the Challenger weapon way better than it is on heroic. So even though you can't immediately roll like a 3-line secondary and emblem, which, like, I mean, you can't do that on heroic anyway, because you wouldn't have the master to go crazy on cubing secondary and emblem. But yeah, you have like a really good B-pot on the weapon. And so where it really starts to be different is progressing past the Challenger gear. So if you can struggle C10 on heroic Challenger, you can do it on interactive too. If you have the hands to do that. Like, there's a few things you need to pay attention to, like there's scrolls for your fairy heart that give you 9 attack per scroll in the coin shop. And there's scrolls for your pet accessories that give 4 to 5 attack per slot. And that's like a really easy upgrade that you can make at the beginning by just playing the game. But other than that, everything else you can basically leave untouched and you're strong enough to do C10. Why did they leave the paths? Did I really leave my paths on my Kaiser? What? Wait, what class were we on again? Oh, BAM? Yeah, where did they leave the resistance pads? Huh? Resistance pads. Where would they be? Oh yeah, the DA. . . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Wait, coupons. Oh my god, I didn't pop coupons. How? Probably AFK mob. Lamau. Still recommend getting hybrid Maso gear on regular. It's pretty steep. I mean, if you're a Giga grinder, then yeah, you'd want to go for that early on. But the price is pretty steep to get a full set. It's literally like you're farming for months just to buy your farming gear, and then you can start actually using it to farm actual gear. So, I mean, there's many ways you can go about it, because like, if you solo C10 every week, you're making like 1 bill a week, and then you can use that Maso to either get stronger or buy your farming gear. Like, you can get like all your percent Maso pretty quickly with event rings and throwing free cubes in an accessory. But going from that to like max drop rate is extremely expensive. So for example, on MapleStory, I don't even have full Maso gear. I have like 3 lines of Maso and a line of drop. And like I can, if I need Maso, I can run C10 and save up Maso. But basically, yeah, like you could, like, if I was willing to do C10 every week on my 2 MapleStory characters, I would make 2 bill a week, and I could do a lot with that Maso. Whether that's setting myself up for optimal farming or getting stronger. On KMS, I took the farming approach, where I was just farming all the time, and I was buying my farming gear until I had all of it. And then I started using the mass I was farming to get stronger. $20 to $30 bill for a hybrid. That is very steep here. They didn't used to be that expensive, I don't think. I guess it's also because they haven't brought back equality cubes in a while. My hybrids on KMS, and there's no equality cubes here or anything, but I paid like 7 to 9 bill for most of my hybrids and double drop items. But that's just KMS economy being infinitely better than GMS. Although, if you think of it in terms of frenzy farming rates, they're not even that expensive. Because you can farm, like, triple the mass per hour on frenzy. So, like, your peak frenzy farming rates, you would aim for basically half of what you would do on heroic. Maybe slightly more than half of, like, mass per hour, not including the fragments that you could sell to get even more massa. So, like, on KMS, when I farm, I sell all my fragments until I have all the items I want to buy, and then I'll start progging my hexa. And then I'll start buying the fragments back. So if you sold all your fragments, you would probably make similar masses per hour as on heroic. On frenzy, at least. Yeah, I do love my hybrids even though they're so expensive. Yeah, you could very slowly make a hybrid by using 3 cubes. It just takes forever on average. The thing with the legendary scrolls is, well, I mean, your event rings are gonna get to legendary without utilizing the karma legendary scrolls. Because you got event ring specific legendary scrolls. It would be a waste to use the karma legendary scrolls on event rings when you know, it's basically guaranteed legendary anyway. I would use the karma legendary scrolls on, like, secondary and emblem. Or at least emblem. Secondary is kind of like up to you, but like untradable secondary you can't resell, but you can use the karma cubes in it and you could potentially make gains that you wouldn't be able to make otherwise in the short term. Other accessories, you could, if you know, if your goal is purely farming and you don't care about clearing bosses ASAP, you can do that 100%. And you would eventually still get strong enough to do C-Tanny. And plus, like, I mean, you wouldn't, like, the thing is, like, you wouldn't replace your free accessories anyway. Like, you'd be able to do C-Tanny with the free accessories that you get anyway. Well, I do think that with any luck, you'd be able to make significant gains, at least having like a legendary secondary. Because if you roll even like attack and boss damage, that is a lot of damage in Challenger World. Outlines your character in red. Yeah, it's kind of up to you. Like, cause like me personally on KMS, I did use one of the both legendary scrolls I used on accessories to get more master lines, because I was focusing on farming. But I also think that using them on secondary and emblem would allow you to push bosses faster. But you also have to remember that, I mean, if you really want to push bosses, you could also go for the rental gear. Although on a fresh account, it's a big hit. Like I could do that because I can just transfer 1 billion masses from Luna to Challenger and just buy it. But on a fresh account, 1 bill is a lot of massa. Hello, Atrus. But you could save 1 bill and then use it on rental gear, nuke the bosses in practice mode, and then you're stronger, and then you can do real mode comfortably. Even in the worst case where like you don't want to struggle them. I'm going to do you comfortably. Wait, I've only used 2 boosters in 13 minutes? How? I think the 17 scrolls are too expensive. Hey, thank you for the follow, Catalina. 17 scrolls too expensive. Like, in coins? I wouldn't prioritize getting those. I'd go for the accessory scrolls, for example. Any tips from Maple? Maple is a big game that's overwhelming, and you can never... You will always feel like there's many things you don't understand that is like intimidating. So it's okay to feel like that. Like, it's normal to feel overwhelmed, so don't let that like demotivate you because you feel like there's so many things that you can never figure everything out. The game always tries to like make you feel like you're missing out on like all these events and stuff. I wouldn't worry about that or overthink things too much. What the accessory scrolls do? They give you attack, like a lot of attack. Premium accessory scrolls is 4 to 5 attack per slot. So, you know, and like for example, the pet accessories have 10 slots. So you could be getting 40 to 50 attack just from scrolling one accessory. And the other accessories as well have a lot of slots to work with. Although I would prioritize pet accessories because, well, you're gonna be using the free accessories that are not upgradable for a while. And then Gollux gear is also very OP in GMS Interactive. Because you can buy Gollux scrolls with the Gollux coins that give 4 attack and some stat per slot. Oh no, it's the boob song. Guys, don't... use headphones for this song. I think KMS nerfed normal Lotus to 18 mil. What did they nerf about normal Lotus? What does that mean? 18 mil? Oh, you mean like the you mean the crystal? I don't remember what the crystal price is. Oh, the 100% burning. Is it very pay to win? You can pay to win as hard as you want, but you can also not spend at all. So if like I think it depends on what you mean by pay to win, because I don't spend on this game and I don't feel like I have to spend on this game. But it's also a game that caters to extreme spenders, whales who gamble away thousands of dollars. So there's a place for everyone in this game. What's up? I am a visual learner. Time to fist. 100% burning on Winter 1. Huge, huge. $22 to 17.6. I see. I remember looking at the comment section of this song, and one guy said it's safer to drive while listening to this song because the pressure of someone finding the dash cam of your accident with the song playing makes you drive safer. I was just looking at the auto-translated Japanese comments. To play on interactive is weird. I don't find it weird. It's just different. Yeah, it's like uh, I would recommend playing the game for a while before you consider spending a lot of money into it, if you intend to spend. Because with no knowledge, you're just not gonna get good mileage out of your money. But yeah, it's just a different game. Like if you only ever played heroic, then you've never learned the completely different way that you play on the other server, and vice versa. But yeah, so, some people, when they say pay to win, did I just move my desk? I hope I didn't fuck anything up. Some people, when they say pay to win, they mean that they're competitive about the game and they don't want other people to be able to get ahead of them by spending money. Some people mean that, like, I like that the game is pay to win because it allows me to not spend, like, because the game is monetized, like the monetization caters to whales. It means that the way that I play as a free-to-play is viable because of the economy that is, the design leads to a certain economy that's like mutually beneficial between whales and free-to-play players. More pay to win. Yeah, it's like the definition is very nebulous because, like, well, like, it's gear possible by spending a lot of money on interactive, for example, and I think that's great. Even though I would never want to do that, I think that's great. That monetization model is great for me as a free-to-play player, because that means they're making most of their money from a few people that are big spenders that specifically enjoy gambling away their money like that. Yeah, exactly. Bro, I haven't used my boosters still. I used like 4 boosters. And there's 6 minutes left on the coupons. I keep forgetting. I might have to waste a 3x to use these boosters. Unfortunate. People say Luna is a dead server. I think statements like that are completely useless because they don't tell you anything about how it feels to play. Because depending on how you play, it could feel more or less dead, or the notion of server being dead could be completely irrelevant to you. of MapleStory. It actually feels quite good to play to me, as bad of a reputation as it had. Someone just randomly come into your map and casts Ignition Ring. Nice. What language is MapleStory anyway? It's just English. Like the UI and everything is in English. Just poorly translated English. And yeah, like people will, you know, like speak the Singapore flavor of English. I'm sure some people will like type like Chinese in MapleStory, but I like in these magas and stuff, I generally just see English. Because it would be inconvenient to type Chinese in Maple anyway. Like they don't have Chinese input in MapleStory, right? So it's just easier to use English. Yeah, I guess Malay sometimes, yeah. You might see some Malay. Saw people type Chinese in Guild Wars too. Wasn't any. But do they have in-game support for, you know, like Unicode and stuff? Or was it a, you know, were they using Latin characters? The lack of flexibility with your other characters. They have the transfer absorb, but it's still kind of ass. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that, depending on who you are, might be extremely annoying. It's definitely annoying to me, even though it's getting better. Saw Chinese characters? Oh, yeah, Maple doesn't allow that. So unless they specifically, you know, modify the client. So like, for example, in KMS, you do have Korean input in the game. And in CMS and TMS, you do have, you know, like a Chinese input. But not on MapleStory, as far as I know. Like, you can't just switch input methods and it working on MapleStory. Yeah, same in GMS. Even if you copy and paste like Chinese characters, it's not gonna work on GMS. Like, I could type Korean in Notepad, copy paste it on GMS, and it's not gonna work. Because MapleStory doesn't have Unicode support. It's a very old game, so it still uses code pages. Which means basically it's like you're telling the operating system that, like, hey, I'm using, you know, Korean, so like we only have Korean characters available. Or we have like a set of characters that's mainly tailored towards Korean, and that determines how the operating system is gonna interpret, you know, the meaning of the characters and what to display and all of that. And if you like, you're gonna see like, if you like, for example, on GMS, there's people who use like special characters in their name because for European users they added support for that. Also, I should have used another 3x. Hold on. It's whatever. Like for me, they show up as question marks because I set my locale to Korean. Full support for Polish characters. I don't know what code page it uses, but it's definitely not full Unicode, so there's probably gonna be some limits. Like there's all the accents and like A, O, and all those letters. I don't know if there's everything though. You can try. You can copy paste those in Maple and see if they work. Would be pretty cool if you can find some Indonesian players to party together. Yeah, it would be cool. For Monster Park, you just do the one run. I usually do the one run, and if there's a sunny Sunday, then I use the tickets. I don't remember exactly how many tickets they give you per month with RP. I usually don't do Monster Park because I'm lazy. If I'm doing Challenger Worlds, then I'm willing to do Monster Park temporarily and utilize the tickets on Sundays. But otherwise, I don't even bother. But yeah, when I'm doing Monster Park, I usually just do one run. I keep forgetting to use boosters. Spent a hot minute running around the cash shop looking for hairs for your AB. 5 out of 6 of the royal coupon hairs look pretty sweet on your AB. Sounds good. Polish people don't really play Maple. Another thing here. It's hard for me to tell whether like Maple is a thing or not. Cause it's like, I don't know, like there used to be like an Italian forum about MapleStory back in the day, but I don't really know how popular the game was here. You can also just link the image if you want. Like, it's not a problem. I don't block links. It was huge in the Netherlands because it was one of the few games that have Dutch language support. Oh, true. It's only the O. I see. Oh, that's really nice. I love that outfit. It reminds me of that, there's like a like generic VTuber model that I see a lot of people use that has a face like that. It just made me think of that. I've seen many people with that model. But yeah, those hairs look pretty sweet. Yeah, I think the first one is a better fit for the ears and the fox theme. Your AB is a VTuber now. It's pronounced like you. Oh. Yeah, you have solid odds. Okay, this is the last booster, I think. Yeah. Always takes me way too long. I keep losing track of boosters. And I had to do like 3 boosters off of 3 eggs. My friend says Polish makes no sense because we have... Is that an I or an L? Pronounced like W because W is pronounced like V and we don't have V. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad look, for sure, for sure. It's an L, I see. Okay, done with this character. We gained another level. Yeah, you definitely have to change your face. Using that set on your RAM too. Nice. One sec. Gonna try hard on Challenger Interactive with this RAM. Just hit 230. You got this, you got this. And Rani is such a easy class, so you can... Like, it's easier to go for min clears on Ran. Because you can focus more on the boss mechanics than playing your class optimally. Level them to 235 each before going for 260. Yeah, it's pretty easy these days. Feel like big limiting factor might end up being symbols. To 235 you'll be fine. But after that it really starts to become a limiting factor. 240, so you get more Asphera symbols. I don't remember if that's the case. Maybe it is, yeah. Selectable face for free from Terra Blink. You can choose a bunny face. Oh, that's nice. I didn't even notice that. I don't remember what face I selected. Oh yeah, that's hella value. You get so many free symbols from Hyper Beyond. Yeah. Not as good as MapleStory Mush Pass, but it does carry you for quite a while. Be back again before reset. Okay. See you later, Bucket. Oh, almost 255 on this. Nice. What is this song? She's speaking facts though. I didn't use a booster. Yeah, we're on GMS right now. Working on that Legion. 10.913. Yeah, almost 11k. Not gonna take much longer. Hello, Cherry. Favorites to grind on. I just like grinding on a lot of classes. Just kind of depends on what I'm feeling. I'm not a big teleport class enjoyer, so that's one type of class that will always feel a bit clunky to me. Song is a banger, yeah. Idol Master, the newer Idol Master games, they have a lot of good songs. I love the more edgy ones too. Like there's that one unit with the goth girl. They have a lot of good like metal rock stuff. New song by Yena and Hatsune Miku. I don't think so, no. I'll check it out. Need to use boosters. Yeah, it's cool that they started experimenting with more genres in newer idol anime. She's a K-pop idol, but she's pushing the J-pop market. That sounds cool. Whoa, 255. Oh, maybe move to Lumina. I love the drums in this song. Okay, Limina. Oh my god, I keep spamming up. The music you play makes me want to play Osu or Mustache. Yeah, I instinctively tap on my keyboard a lot because I used to play Osu and other rhythm games. Yeah, I played like in the very old days. Like up to 2015. Nice. Yeah, I love rhythm games. Definitely spent hundreds of hours on those. Used to play this shit out of DDR. Yeah, I played some... I played some Stepmania on pad. It's pretty fun to play on pad because... especially if you play without holding onto anything, like with no bar. It's a real challenge to even balance your body and not fall over trying to hit stuff. Was playing DDR like 4 or 5 hours a day, lost like 45 pounds. Yeah, it's good cardio, isn't it? Man, my fountain is so weak. Well, time to pop infinity and stuff. It might actually not be wide enough to do this. It's probably easier if I just go up and down these platforms. Playing with no bar sucks, sliding everywhere on the carpet, had to buy some sticky pads. I just see it as a fun challenge to play no bar. But yeah, if you don't have one of those, you know, like really expensive pads, it's gonna slide around a lot, yeah. Like the good pads, like the hard pads are not even that expensive anymore, but it's still like pretty steep. I don't really have one of those like really good pads. I have a really cheap one that slides around and everything. So it makes it extra challenging. Yeah, it's fun and it's good cardio too. I feel like bar is mandatory for long-term play. You can do a lot with no bar. It's just kind of up to you. Like obviously some charts are not made for playing with no bar. So you'd have to stick to charts that were designed for that. Yeah, there's some people who specifically play no bar as a challenge. Yeah, I just like the aspect of like, you know, my legs and ankles get an extra workout from trying to balance with no bar. And played strictly on pad until you found an affordable arcade. Nice. Yeah, I need to get back into it at some point. I probably only spent like, I don't know, maybe like 50 hours playing on pad. And then I just kind of moved on to other things, but it was pretty fun. Maybe... No, I can't hit the mobs below from here. PS2 was good times. They had all the DDR games. Yeah, I saw a bunch of yeah, a bunch of PS2 pods and DDR games. Rhythm games were huge in general. I think there was a period of time where, for whatever reason, it was very popular to make games that had their own peripherals. So like Guitar Hero and DDR, for example. And like, you know, they went even harder with Rock Band. Just having a whole ass drum set. And then it just kind of fizzled out at some point. But it was very popular for a while. Like, Guitar Hero was genuinely a mainstream game. Like I was there in the early days of YouTube, and there was a lot of Guitar Hero content, and it was very popular. You know, there's quite a few like iconic creators that people from back in the day would remember for the Guitar Hero and Rock Band content. And like, I would go to like anime cons, and they would have a Guitar Hero booth where you could just play. Yo, thank you for the raid, Nimbus. Hope you had a good grind. How was the stream? Are you 290 yet? But yeah, check out Nimbus. Very helpful Chronos player. You're 290. Congrats, congrats. Lip the Cali. Congrats, huge. 57 mil combat, had to do Lucid Will and Vihila in one day, that's work. Almost 90, yeah, Genesis is crazy gains. The amount of videos you watch of people destroying through the fire and flames, yeah. There were so many memes, you know, like Danny FC this, I don't know if you remember, but like Danny was like Guitar Hero Phenom. He was like a really good player, so everyone would always say like, oh, Danny already FC this whenever someone would post the score. Go get food, have a good stream. Yep, have a good meal. Thank you for the raid once again. I remember him, yeah. Legend. Yeah, this map is very scuffed for Bishop. Damn, the Bishop Fountain is so weak. Can I somehow get to 1.5x Arcane? I guess I can. No, I can't. I'll just rotate Infinity. High mobility teleport class. If you mean teleport as, you know, like the Explorer Mage teleport type thing, then it would be BAM. But I would consider Ran a class that has a teleport that has high mobility. Like, Battle Mage has, like, arguably the best teleport, but I still find it still feels clunky to me as someone who hates teleport classes. It's just that the BAM teleport goes really far. Like, it has a very long range, and you can spam, like, if you up jump into teleport, you can spam it twice in quick succession. But honestly, like, I find the Lumi teleport smoother because it has a lower delay. Although in the recent KMS changes, they lowered the delay on teleports, so maybe all the teleports are gonna feel as nice as Lumi after that. TP classes deserve more love. It's just very polarizing. I don't really like how it feels to move around with teleport. Hate when I'm attacking and there's a massive delay trying to dodge something because of the animations. Yeah, it's just like it takes a lot of getting used to teleport movement. Like, it's not necessarily bad, especially for bossing. What the best key for teleport is? I use control. It doesn't really strain my pinky, but might be straining for other people. You know, back in the day, when we didn't have that many skills, I would put teleport on D. But these days, we have so many skills that we use for attacking and stuff. that I would never put a movement skill on the. I would always put an attacking skill on the. You palm your control. That's maybe it's because of my keyboard position, but that seems awkward. Because to palm my control, I have to. I mean, I can see that, but like it becomes harder to reach some keys because I have to shift my hand. Right hand is not so bad, but yeah, like I could hold control with my right hand and press the arrow keys at the same time, but it's not so nice for teleport. Side click. Yo, when I played Quake, I really liked having jump on right click. Maybe it's weird to like people who are pro like FPS players, but if like I liked pre-buffering my jumps because of the way Quake movement works, strafe jumping and all of that, and having it on right click made it easier to kind of coordinate myself. Those weird ass mice with arrow keys. I've never seen those. That's kind of crazy. C is always your primary attack. V is usually your mobbing skill. Yeah, that's not bad. I kind of rest my hand a bit high, like a bit further into the keyboard. But if I moved my hand back a bit, that would be comfortable, yeah. Mobbing skill on D, that's what I do too. Bossing on C, I use F for 1v1 skill. Cause you're a Shadower main? Yeah. Like, I've seen some people basically rotate their hand to do the weaving. Like, they might have, like, Masso Explosion on Q and Assassinate on C, and then they rotate their hand so that they immediately release the other key as they press the other one. Or S, yeah, S works as well. Hybrid old school maple binds and your own personal touch. Yeah, I think control using control at all as a keybind just comes from old maple for me. Have your burst and control. I generally put key downs and page down. Still use Z as your pickup. Q is quest, W is word mob. Man, all those keys could be used for like actually useful keybinds. Because they don't need to be in reach. But yeah, it do be like that. Numpad for pickup. Yeah, back in the day, I would spam Z and numpad 0 together. My brain will not allow it. Yeah, it's hard to rewire muscle memory. Past the days we've had cloud network issues at work. Been playing Maple all day. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Every time like Cloudflare goes down or AWS goes down, like half of the internet doesn't work. So anyone who's working in like computer science, like software engineering, you know, they're like, well, guess we can't do anything today because Cloudflare is down or something. Like imagine like your freaking like GitHub or GitLab goes down completely and you're doing, you know, you're like a developer on something and you can't even commit your changes. I mean, you can locally, but yeah. Azure has issues, can't do anything. No dashboard creation, no development. Some site administration, but even that was buggy. Yeah. Chronos grind time. Now's the park time. Am I done on MapleM? No, I just died again somehow. How do I keep dying on MapleM? I have potions, I have autopot. I don't understand. I guess I'll try to go to an even lower level map, even though that really shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I've been playing Korean MapleM mainly just out of curiosity, but it does give me a Legion piece on KMS. That's kind of like the Abyssal Expedition. There's actually a big update coming to MapleM. They are releasing Hyperburn to 250 on MapleM Korea, speeding up the progression to 250 a lot. Like right now, even getting to 200 takes a while in MapleM, like several days to get to level 200. In 250, like I've been at this for like 5 months and I'm almost 250 now. Takes a long time. It's gonna be a lot faster with this next update. Pretty big deal for MapleM players, I think. Yeah, you don't really notice because it's mostly an idle game, but it has been a while that it took me to get to almost 250. Oh, I already capped my activations, right? Every time. I didn't notice. So that's about 36%. I didn't need to grind that long. Yeah, Maple M is like really weird. You get 6 job at level 250 on Maple M. All the level requirements are just all over the place. Pocket MapleStory went hard on a game, then they shut it down. Yeah, that must be frustrating. Where's the pets? Where did they leave them? Why did they leave the pets? Oh, Mihail. So up to 10.914 begins. Ads over. Oh, I didn't equip my farming gear. Anime recommendations. I've made I like my peak anime watching was like early 2000s, and I watched mostly like slice of life and comedy and like ecchi and stuff like that. Like some of my most iconic anime are stuff like K-On! And like To Lover. I'd say uh one of like the like not super old ones that I think is a masterpiece is like Hibika if Euphonium was nice. That's like a music anime kind of like K-On! Like slice of life. Yeah, Euphonium and K-On! Were very nice, like comfy slice of life. Also like Non Biore. Oh, Chobits is one that I wanted to watch purely based on how iconic the opening is. I never ended up watching it, but it was definitely on my plan to watch. Yeah, it looks really nice. Bit of action, romance, slice of life. Yeah, sounds like the kind of stuff I would watch for sure. Hikaru no Go, same artist as Death Note. Oh, I remember that, yeah. I don't believe I watched that, but I think I might have read a couple chapters of the manga. Like, I think I might have been reading, like, one of those magazines like Shonen Jump. There might have been a chapter of it in that. Yeah, I do enjoy some sub stars once in a while. Like I enjoyed like what was the name? Freaking Asu Nagi As Nagi Asu Nagi no Asukara and freaking Anohana. Wait, what was it? Anohana? Yeah. I remember Golden Time was a tear jerker as well. Only 5,000? What does that mean? But yeah, thank you for dropping by. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for being here, Razumi. Out of here. Oh, I see. 3 more boosters. Where do you get all these boosters from? I can buy them from the auction house. Hello, fish. They're tradable. I love events like these because I can buy boosters from the auction house, or if I'm not grinding multiple characters, I can sell them on the auction house. Yeah, they're tradable. So yeah, on interactive you can just do that. 10 boosters on each character, really good for me at this moment. Finished 3 line on all mills. Just waiting for page. Very nice. Super strong boss mills. Not sure if you finished Shade. Different cash up anyway. Right. I think for the Tuesday to rant Ozring. Makes sense. Oh yeah, this is gonna hit 254. So many levels today. Didn't mean to do that. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Boom, 254. 10.915. Oh, I already capped activations. Oh my god, I didn't notice. Or at least I think I did. Yeah. Where did I leave the pets? Oh. Okay, next. Need to buy more boosters. Boosters time. Anything else? No, I think I got everything. Okay, so this character is in VC, yes. Oh wait, I need 3x and Legion coupon, I forgot. Dang it. Feels good capping chest before cubing. Yep. Second legendary is Fascia, damn. I actually got a legendary as Fashion on 3x Sunday. That was really nice. Wait, I didn't get freaking VAP. No, man. Wait, I'm missing MVP and EAP and WUP. That looks about right. Oh, I forgot fountain apparently. Oh yeah, I need to use more boosters. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum, bum. Warning. Oh yeah, boosters. A booster. I'm on Ruin 2. Oh yeah, booster. Okay, that's the last booster. Bum, 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 bum. Pop coupons again. We can probably do 2 more characters before reset. bum. One more activation. There we go. That's about 29%. For Moonbridge, that seems about right. Into the storage. Yeah, switch back to raid power. Make sure I put everything in the storage. Yeah. So do I need to do what? Thunderbreaker as well after Nightwalker? Yeah. MapleM is actually done with auto hunting. Did I complete the winter countdown today? What daily have I not done? What daily stamp does it want from me? I thought I did that. Okay, fine. No, I just want to go into this content. Let me in. Hello, Bucket. Welcome back. We got up to 10.915. Gained a few levels already. Okay, so that should complete my winter countdown. Okay. Winter countdown. Seems good to me. Okay, MapleM stuff should be done for today. I'll claim the other stuff tomorrow. Yeah, big Legion gains. Okay, pets and stuff. Where did I leave my pets? I thought I put them in the storage. Wait, CMS Showcase was on a fucking cruise ship? That's crazy. Okay, so basically we're gonna get 2 of these, 3x, 10-minute 2x, and wealth pot. Is this grind preset? It was not a grind preset. I thought I pressed it. I need to switch the buff sequence to 3x. No. Yes. I didn't get boosters. Where are they? Ba-bum. Wait, did I cast this too high? Bruh, I didn't notice. Hello, Atus. Wait, I forgot freaking booster. What's my booster keybind? There we go. That's not the keybind. Oh yeah, booster. Well, I'm pressing it. Oh, I'm in dark side. Oh my god. I hate dark side. I forgot booster. I don't need to jump for that. The bots are doing nothing. Do something. Oh yeah, booster, I forgot. I didn't use a booster. Whoa, a special time? No freaking way. Nice. So we're gonna get another level in this. I don't want to listen to a live show. Please, YouTube. Okay, new Miku song. Oh, 252, no way. No boob day. Damn, all your e-girl streamers are offline. Unfortunate. Hello, liquor. Like this song, no cooldown passive. Yeah, this is a good song. What anime was this again? Forgot. It's probably in. Yeah, it's probably that whole like artist name. Isekai's sister has never been so cute. One trillion combat power. I still need to use boosters. Okay, that's the last one. Yeah, sand skill next week. Let's go. The coupons. Yeah, save your fragments and so are the ascent skill soon. The first level is not free. I don't remember how much it is. Are you on Windows XP? Yes. Lipa maxing. Okay, that does it. So this character gained 38% because they got a chest. Got like epic special. How old is your computer? What do you mean? Windows XP is like the newest operating system. Unequip those. Into the storage. What Pentium is it? Yes, Pentium 4 gaming. Okay, next we should be able to coop boosters on another character. And I need to, like, this would be the last character that will count for Legion. So I only need to get everything to 260 up to this character. The rest is gonna be from Hyperburns and free EXP. And speaking of which, do we get any EXP tickets anytime soon? I guess not. Oh, we do. We do. Oh, but those are 260 plus. I need EXP tickets for my Kinesis. Worst case scenario, I can just grind the last whatever percent on my Kinesis. I only need one. And I guess we're not gonna use a 3x because we only have 20 minutes until reset. I didn't get my farming gear equipped. What level are we? 916. Nice. Oh yeah, boosters. I forgot boosters. The whole point why I went on this character. Oh yeah, I forgot boosters again. Legendary is fascia. 2.5% at 263. 282. How did you typo 282 as 263? But yeah, congrats. So massive. Brain damage. Brain damage from seeing legendary special. Bum, bum, bum. 62, 67% with just a half an hour grind. Easy gains. Ursa's time. True. Don't forget. It's almost reset time. I need to use boosters. What the heck? Stop forgetting. I'm gonna chill until weekly reset. Sounds good. Didn't realize he had enough to buy a superior until day after you could buy it. Price went from 9 to 4. Damn. I guess it was because of Star Force. Unfortunate. I forgot booster. Type booster for me? No, I'm good. All caps. I forgot. What's the keybind again? Oh yeah. When do epic dungeon reset? It's on boss reset. So yeah, tomorrow. Event is now? What event? Hello, Hansel. Unified reset? Oh, you mean event reset? Yes. Unified reset my ass. True. So true. Very confusing. Yeah, good morning to you. It's been good. I got to 10.916. Thank you, thank you. Ba-bum. Seven boosters before reset, that's okay, I guess. At least I remembered some. It's reset. No freaking way. Happy reset. Okay, we switch over to KMS. But yeah, 10.916. What is this light bulb cost? What light bulb cost? Okay, not CC time. Change server time. Says, feel like I got something to do and disappears. What the heck? Okay, loading KMS. Bum, 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 bum. Almost filled 10k weekly today on all the counts. What's 10k weekly? Like Spirit Savior? Okay. Okay, what are we doing here? I already did all the check-ins, I think. VIP. Yeah, so we're gonna do 5 hours of farming. Love how you're almost 291 just by doing daily story. Well, I've been grinding to master cap though, but yeah, I mean, I'm not grinding, you know, I'm not giga grinding, but I'm grinding a decent amount. Yo, the burning is back. Let's fucking go. I forgot to make boosters. But yeah, just massive farming, and I'm almost 291. So we're already back to 6.2 bill. I need another 30 bill for the next Eternal Piece. According to Maple ranks, your Mercedes will be 290 in 302 days at daily story rates. Yeah, it's like up to 290. It's all about consistency. Yo, my ping is hella good today. Game feels super smooth. Yeah, it's probably significantly faster than that. There's a lot of free EXP, transcendent potions and stuff. Yeah, like most likely this winter patch, there's gonna be even more EXP creep. We'll have to see. Saitama Totem, imagine. No, I griffed my freaking thing. Like I mean, I think if they introduced higher spawn rate, it would just be like the new areas, you know, like level 300 plus areas or something. They have like different spawn rates. Yeah, they could do something like that. You know, I think one thing that they're probably gonna do is they're probably gonna add a strawberry farm type thing that scales to higher levels. Imagine the fragments. Yeah, they would have to scale back all the drops. When's the resident sleeper time? Mule's Day. Why are reboot players migrating to regular server? I don't really care what people do. Like, whatever they makes them enjoy the game. Buying friends service and people coming killing mobs when you tell them to CC. They ask, isn't it instanced? Oh, I see, because they're used to having instance mobs. Yeah, it is what it is. It is annoying in the lower level ranges where you run into a lot of people. But yeah, I don't really care if, you know, like if people try new things, like trying regular server or vice versa, they end up enjoying it. I'm happy for them. Game is there to be played. Like, if reboot players want to come to regular server, that's cool. Probably grinding to convert Meeple points. Barely made the 10k weekly mobs at 56. Yeah, that's kind of close. It's kind of close. I mean, it's not the end of the world if you miss a week. But yeah, if you really want to make sure you get it done, I guess you could try to do it like a day early at least. Just to really make sure. Hello, Alex. I'd probably also, like, don't go to maps that are in the Meeple guide. You know, because you're more likely to run into people. You know, go like 1 or 2 maps over from a Meeple guide map. Just go somewhere where people would have to walk or TP rock to. So that makes it way less likely to run into people. I usually go for the low-key maps because I don't like running into people. Can't miss a single week. Already missed buffer weeks. Having surgery, been hospitalized. It's not the end of the world. Like, there's always the next event. Like, you know, like you do what you can, but if you end up missing, you know, completely missing out on some event rewards, like you're gonna keep moving forwards. You already know the next event is gonna be even more insane. What the heck? Yeah, like I can see how it can get annoying, and I'm sure a lot of them are like honest mistakes where they don't know that the map is not instanced. But yeah, like my solution would be to just don't go to maps that are in the Meeple guide. You know, just like move like 1 or 2 maps over, less likely to run into people. I don't really like grinding the Meeple guide maps usually. Even in like unpopular servers, there's gonna be no burning, or I'm gonna run into people. They don't understand. But yeah, it's like, it's not the end of the world. Like, next time you can try to do it a bit earlier into the week if you can. And if you can't, it's okay to miss out on some advanced stuff. It's still a net positive versus not participating in the event at all. Hey, ignorance goes both ways. There's also, you know, there's regular server players who just say stuff without understanding how a reboot works, and vice versa. I wouldn't focus on those people. Like, most people are stupid. Like, including me, you know, I'm stupid about most things. So it's like, it's normal that a lot of people will have like dumb takes on things because they don't understand them. It's okay. Hey, someone is here.
쾌검나무 신속하게 쾌검나무 상풍량화 겹쳐라 냉장고 쾌검나무 쫓을 수 없을 거야.
Yeah, I try to understand both sides for sure. But yeah, like at the end of the day, you just gotta focus on the people who are here to enjoy the game in a constructive way. It's like there's no point in, you know, focusing on that kind of stuff. You know, just leave people in their ignorance. Maybe one day they'll figure it out if they want to.
쾌검나무 비상창리 연성지수 신속하게 쫓을 수 없을 거야.
Oh, this is a Pathfinder, isn't it?
물러나라.
Yeah.
느려. 냉장고. 신속하게. 쾌검나무. 겹쳐라.
You and buddies are working on a project. It's still, I wouldn't stress too much about this kind of stuff. Like, it's not that serious.
물러나라. 물러나라. 겹쳐라. 냉장고.
1,000+ bosses in 3 days and a few account weeklies. What's 1,000+ bosses?
일정 집중.
Like daily bosses, or you mean like? You mean like what? Coins? But yeah, it's like
쾌검만
you can't always have things go your way.
속하게
And sometimes you just cannot.
쾌검만
It's out of your control.
물러나라.
You just gotta deal with it.
신속하게
Hey, best wishes on the surgery. I hope everything goes well. A 1,000+ series. So you're doing like 1,000,000 accounts or what? Like, are you like carrying like 6 characters at the same time through CRE or something? Like 6 PC gaming with your friends?
신속하게
All solo kills? Oh, so the achievement? Like you've been killing CRE for a really long time?
쾌검만
I think I have the 100 achievement. I don't think I have the 1,000. No, there's like 500. I guess there's a 1,000 maybe.
일점 집중
Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum.
신속하게 물러나라. 신속하게 물러나라. 쾌검만 귀상찰리 신속하게 쾌검나무 물러나라. 느려 연마상향 청풍명월 물러나라.
We're testing something in Solid Cube, so we're killing easy weekly bosses with 3 double gear. Okay. So you and your buddies are doing CRE on as many characters as possible and logging the data on the Solid Cubes? I see, I see. That's cool. That's a cool project. We need more data like that. There's not enough people collecting data for things that are difficult to collect data for.
쫓을 수 없을 거야. 쾌검나무 물러나라. 물러나라.
Damn, 150 accounts is crazy. Okay, I need to CC. Yeah, I remember you were talking about that. You tripled the project. Yeah, I mean, if you got multiple people working on it, it's possible.
쾌검나무 창문 타창과 승천 쾌검나무 쾌검나무 노란불 흥화지경 망탈 흥화지경 쾌검나무 신속하게 쾌검나무 물러나라 신속하게
Sunset Snowfield, easiest flag. Yeah, it is the most consistent one.
느려 물러나라 연성지수 물러나라 쾌검나무 일점 집중 신속하게 물러나라 신속하게 물러나라 열지 망탈 쓸 수 없을 거야 흥화지경 물러나라 물러나라 신속하게 귀상창이 쾌검나무 무령도 쾌검나무 신출귀몰 물러나라 신속하게 쾌검나무 신속하게 신하지경 성풍명화 느려 쾌검나무 피하는 게 좋을 거야 무령도 쾌검나무 쾌검나무 신속하게 쓸 수 없을 거야 내 모든 것을 비춰내 신속하게 신속역풍 망탈 자. 신속하게 느려 신속하게 성풍명화 쾌검나무 쾌검나무
We think that cube drop from bosses, their chance in obtaining 3 line is not luck, creating certain timing or certain condition. It's easy to get them. Oh, that's a very difficult thing to test and prove though. What makes you, like, what makes you formulate that theory? Like, was there moments where you felt like, you know, like there is no way I'm just getting this lucky or something? But yeah, that's gonna be tricky to test, because basically you'd have to... Yeah, I mean, you just have to be like really diligent with recording all the data and like what time you did the thing at and all of that. And it would take a very long time to collect enough data. And potentially, I guess you'd have to kind of like shuffle around the characters and stuff. And the time at which you run the bosses. The thing is, like, It could be anything. Like, there could be an external employee watching you and changing the rates dynamically if they feel like it. You know, they're looking at you and they're like, fuck this guy. It could literally be anything. So it's very difficult to test if you don't trust that the rates are fixed. Basically impossible to verify. But you could potentially at least prove that there's a discrepancy, I guess, if you do it long enough. Full clearing with just summons is crazy. Yeah, it's super comfy. Why not AFK? The thing is, like, this rotation is not easier than just like jumping in a circle to me. Cause I have to pay attention to when the summons go away and time the resummon cycle so I don't miss mobs, do the lit cycle. So I'm actually trying pretty hard to not, you know, not drop rates too much when I'm doing this. But it is very consistent, so it's way more consistent than just jumping everywhere. Even though it takes more mental, like more focus. Like, it's nice that I can sit there for like almost a full minute just holding down Hurricane. But it's not really as brain dead as just jumping in a circle. I need more data. Yeah, it's very hard to test because it's collecting enough data to test something like that.
끝일 수 없을 거야. 신속하게 물러나라. 쾌검나무 물러나라. 연장술 쾌검나무 신속하게 연마장향 쓸수 없을 거야. 끝일 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 신출귀몰 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서 덮쳐라.
빵빵빵빵.
신속하게 연장술수 신속하게 덮쳐라. 신출귀몰 신속하게
빠빵.
쾌검나무 신화지 신속하게 물러나라. 연마장향 상풍명화 신속하게 신화기병
Hunches on carbon cubes almost confirmed. We need to wait until February to get the stack of cubes. Yep, definitely collect all that data. Like, even if, you know, whether it proves or disproves what you're, you know, what you're expecting. It's like, there's not enough people out there, like, logging RNG stuff. It's gonna be very useful data either way.
일점 집중 신속하게 쾌검나무 신수벽풍 신속하게 물러나라 차, 신속하게 망탈 물러나라 쾌검나무 물러나라 닥쳐라 물러나라
빰빰빰빰.
귀상차이 신속하게 끝 할 수 없을 거야
빠빠빠빰.
성풍명화 신속하게 물러나라 차. 신출귀몰 물러나라 물러나라 차, 끝일 수 없을 거야 차. 느려 성감 쾌검나무 인간고 차. 쾌검나무 느려
Hello, Go Kids. Woke up at 1 a.m. Wages season. So are you on like a 36-hour cycle or something? But yeah, I feel that like I always feel like I wanna stay up like longer. Meals.
느려
It's like having you have a micro nap, then up for 17 hours. It'd be like that. Origin Gaming. Yup.
쫓을 수 없겠어.
Ba-ba-ba-bum.
물러나라.
Or stay up really long, then sleep 5 hours.
될 거야.
I think my dopamine receptors are cooked. Yeah, it's like I don't really like having a schedule for like sleeping and waking up, but it is very useful. Like it's good to have structure, but at the same time it makes everything feel like a chore. So it's hard for me to have structure in everything I do. And also I think when it comes to sleep, I think my body is on a slightly longer than 24-hour cycle.
느려. 쾌검나무. 물러나라. 물러나라. 신속하게. 물러나라. 신속하게. 느린 것. 물러나라. 신속하게. 신출규모. 물러나라. 쾌검나무. 쾌검나무. 청풍년. 신속하게.
How many symbols needed to max Talahart? It's a bit more than 4.5k. I forgot the exact amount.
쾌검나무. 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 신속하게. 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 쾌검나무.
We confirmed that using karma cubes with 260 plus has more chance of double prime. 275, it's even better. Realize why massive service seller only use level 200 account.
비상차림.
You can use the event coupons and burning to hit 260 with a few clicks. They don't want you to tier or get the lines and keep buying service.
물러나라.
Oh, you think something like that is going on? I don't know if the service sellers are actually that smart.
청년.
Because, I mean, it would make sense to me that they're at level 200 because, well, it's just a mill that they're carrying through bosses purely for coins. But yeah, I mean, the detail will speak for itself. Another coupon.
신속하게 물러나라. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 쓸수 없을 거야.
And like, the thing is, the thing with those, with like solid cubes is that I don't think I would ever want to go for double prime on solid cubes because it's so difficult to roll double prime on solid cubes. It just doesn't feel worth. Like, it's nice if you get it, you know, when you're going for something else.
쾌검나무 신속하게 신속하게 꽃잎을 타고 신속하게
You got a pop mark on 10% drop Mihao? Now that is crazy. Oh yeah, I got a pop mark on freaking Aquila during Shining, and I sold it, I think, like, before Shining, and I think I sold it for, like, I think it was, like, almost 1 bill, which is crazy. Meals eating as usual? Oh yeah.
신속하게 물러나라. 신속하게 물러나라. 쓸수 없을 거야.
1.4 bill. That's cool. Yeah, we love boss meals.
느려. 물러나라. 물러나라. 쾌검나무. 자, 물러나라. 덮쳐라. 쾌검나무. 빵칼. 연마장향. 쾌검나무. 자,
200 to 300 karma to get 2-line crit. 100 to 150 and 160. 50 glove with tested. 50 gloves were tested. Damn, that's a lot of like... That's a lot of cubes.
신속하게 쾌검나무 신속약품 연장제 쾌검나무 신속하게 신화지경 느려 물러나라 청풍년아
Oh, I forgot to collect union coins. As always.
쾌검나무 신속하게 일점 집중 위상 차이
Bum, bum, ba-bum, bum.
쾌검나무 쾌검나무 물러나라 망탈 문장고 연장지수 열지 물러나라 신속약품 문장고 연마장향 물러나라 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 쾌검나무 신화지경 덮쳐라 쾌검나무
Inability drop rate.
문장고 쾌검나무
Interesting.
물러나라
But yeah, very difficult stuff to test. Good luck with that.
쾌검나무 쾌검나무 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서 무량도 흥하지경 물러나라. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 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 신속하게. 무량거. 쾌검나무. 쾌검나무. 살풍령아. 쾌검나무.
Hello, LMK. Yes, it's me. The RAN researcher. RAN Research Center. RAN Research Institute.
물러나라. 신속하게. 쓸 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 느려.
Yeah, right now I'm stopping at Mesocop, yes.
피하는 게 좋을 거야. 쾌검나무. 신속하게. 느려. 물러나라. 쾌검나무.
Yes, I only farmed the Mesocop, yes.
열지.
I used to go like 10 hours before until 290, but now I just do Mesocab.
물러나라. 신속하게. 신속하게. 신출귀몰. 리단고. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 연장질수. 신속약품. 신출귀몰. 회검나무. 회검나무. 무량거. 신화지경. 물러나라. 비상창이. 회검나무. 신속하게. 무량거. 회검나무. 회검나무. 실수 없을 거야. 일정 집중. 신속하게. 연마상향. 회검나무. 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 자. 덮쳐라. 연장질수. 열지. 물러나라. 물단고. 참. 끝일 수 없을 거야. 신출귀몰. 망탈. 물단고. 연장질수.
KMS having Mesocap is wild. I actually like the Mesocap because it just means that the Meso that I farm is gonna hold its value more. Even Mesocap is not enough. Like recently the Meso market is kinda low on KMS even after the crystal price nerfs.
물러나라.
It just makes sense for KMS economy. And even more so the value of fragments. Like fragments are gonna hold their value even more because like very few people are gonna farm past the Master Cup. I mean GMS is different. Like Master Cup was one of many careful steps specifically tailored to the KMS economy. Like, GMS is not even close to the stage of having the economy under control. You know? Like, you're not even, you know, you're like years away from getting to the point where you can implement a Mesa Cup. Lift the Mesa limit. I honestly don't mind the Mesa limit. I like that my Mesa holds its value. I don't need to farm that long anyway. Like 5 hours is a lot of farming. If the Mesa holds its value, it just means that I get the same value out of less hours of farming. 50% closer, getting closer to 289. Nice. Very nice. They know everything, might have been an insider. Yeah, who knows? Like I guess the data will speak for itself. You know, once you collect all the data, make a nice spreadsheet. You know, just make sure the data is like nice and clean and, you know, do your due diligence. And then you can publish your findings. What makes KMS and GMS economy much different? There's so many variables. You know, it's like there's no frenzy, obviously, so it's harder to farm Mesa. Different crystal prices. KMS is just way more careful and way more... you know, they're always monitoring the economy and reacting to trends that they don't like. So they really care about Mesa holding its value. You know, whenever the Mesa market gets close to being below 20k Maple points for one bill, they always do something to try and, you know, help Mesa hold its value, which I think is good personally. I know it's kind of hard to wrap your head around the concept, but like, I'd rather have a Mesa Cup, and like, if they didn't take control of the economy, maybe my Mesa would be worth half. You know, maybe I would get half of the value that I get now from the same Mesa. Maybe I'd have to grind 10 hours instead of 5 hours to buy the same things. If they're not careful with making Mesa hold its value. So I'm generally you know, I think KMS is doing a good job. At least they're making a good effort. And like right now it's not great. It's But you know, hopefully the measures that they took are gonna bring it back up. I don't really care about Staff Force being expensive. I'm not even thinking about Staff Forcing anytime soon. And you know, like if Staff Force is harder, that's fine. Doesn't really affect my enjoyment of the game if Staff Force is more expensive. Some things are just supposed to be expensive. Everything else is much nicer. But yeah, it's like the population, the types of players that are playing, how many people are willing, how much control they have over people botting and hacking and all of that. So there's much more of a barrier to entry to KMS. Even if you're Korean, it's not that easy to just make many accounts and, you know, evade bans and all that kind of stuff. So, like, obviously it's always possible to macro and hack, but if you like, it's a lot harder for people to scale that kind of activity on KMS because every account requires ID verification. So eventually you just kind of run out of accounts.
신속하게
Bum, 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 bum.
신속하게 위상 창리 신속하게 물러나라 영상 지시 물러나라 쫓을 수 없을 거야 신출 규모 무량거 쾌검나무 앞쳐라 위상창리 쾌검나무 물러나라 신속하게 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서
Bum, bum, bum.
신속하게 문단고
kind of a banger.
물러나라. 창문의 힘. 내 처음을 비춰라. 모든 것을 깨어내라. 신속하게. 신속하게.
Like, if anything, the Star Force thing is like the Star Force system was created with, like, it was designed to be expensive. So like how expensive Star Force is on KMS relative to how much massa you can make is how expensive it's intended to be compared to other upgrade systems.
하는 게 좋을 거야.
So this is what the game designers had in mind. Like, I remember when the inflation was really high on GMS, like when I started in like 2019, Star Force was very, very cheap because Massa was worth like less than 10% what it's worth now or something. Okay, maybe it wasn't that, but it was like Massa was like 1/5 what it's worth now in GMS, maybe something like that. So Star Force was like way cheaper than it is now, but the game was the worst it's ever been because of high inflation, because it throws everything out of whack. Basically, the one source of massa that causes the inflation, you know, the one OP source of massa that causes massa to be so worthless because it's so easy to obtain, becomes the only way for you to get massa, basically, and everything else is worthless. Other than, like, obtaining valuable items and selling them on the auction house. So you're basically throwing half of the game off balance. Like, most of the intended, you know, all the things that players do that have value, you know, beyond just for fun, become worthless when you have hyperinflation. So massa holding its value means, like, the more valuable massa is, the more the game values your time, essentially. The more the game rewards you for doing things in the game that give you massa. Gonna take my full deserved rest, send data and information. If I don't say hi in a couple of next days, think of me in the hospital taking the surgery. Hey, I wish you best of luck with that. But yeah, like, if you can actually, you know, like, whatever results are gonna come out of you collecting the data, if you actually collect that much clean data on cubes, that's gonna be useful to the whole community. When massive farming was considered a joke, yeah, that's, you know, one of the side effects of that. Like, the worst case is if the thing that's generating massa is not accessible to normal players, as in some exploit or botters or something are generating so much massa that it loses all its value, but a normal player cannot do that. the next worst thing is if one way to make masso is too good, and then everything else is pointless. So frenzy farming, giving way higher masses per hour than intended, devalues running bosses and everything else. Not to mention the GMS boss crystal prices not being like they are on KMS, devalues pushing for higher bosses. You know, like if you do like normal Kalos solo or something on KMS, you know, doing like up to like something like normal Kalos solo and like adversary and stuff, you get way more master than you would on GMS, and that master is worth more than it is on GMS.
회검나무 할수 없을 거야. 흥하지경 물러나라.
Like, if they want to make Star Force cheaper, they're just gonna lower the price of Star Force. They're not gonna mess with the economy. Like, that's the right way to approach it. But I don't think they want to make Star Force cheaper, because Star Force is a carefully... You know, like, it's a Maso sync, and it's intended to be that expensive so that you can delete enough Maso from the economy for Maso to hold its value. Same reason why they changed cubes into magic wand, so that more Maso is being deleted from the economy. It's all very intentional, you know, very planned out. That's why I'm saying like Maso cap is just like one of, you know, like the last step in like many steps that you look at the economy and, you know, take many small steps towards something. So a GMS would have to, you know, if they wanted to get to this point, they would have to put in work for many years. Because even if you make a change, it takes months before you actually see it reflect in the economy. Like, if you like nerf some method of Maso acquisition that you think is too OP, well, there's people that are sitting on trillions of Maso, so you have to wait for them to spend that Maso. Or if you increase the Maso sinks, that also takes a while because you have to get the people who hold the Maso to delete it. The only reason why I prefer inflated currency is because you don't want another MapleStory 2 where no one had currency. Well, you have to find a balance. It's not, like, the thing is, like, it's not much about the inflation. Like, if there's inflation but everything is balanced around that inflation, so like, let's say it's you double the Maso rates from everything, like double the boss crystals, double the farming mass, so everything scaled up equally. Then that means the numbers are twice as big for everything, like all the prices in the auction house are twice as big, Star Force price twice as much, and it's the same as before but the numbers are bigger. The crucial thing is the balance. So generally when inflation goes up, it's not because everything is equally balanced around that higher inflation, but it's because there's something that, you know, like there's one way to make Maso that's a little bit too easy, or there's some, you know, someone playing the game in kind of a unintended way that's putting too much Maso into the economy or something. And it devalues other ways to make Maso. Ba-bum, bum, bum. Almost everything you wanted massive from you and you couldn't afford it all. Well, I mean, that's just like your job as a player to figure out how to prioritize things. Like in Maple, you can spend infinite masses in Star Force. Like you can blow trillions in Star Force if you want to, but you don't have to. You just have to find the point where it's like enough. But yeah, I mean, I can see like it was probably unbalanced. I wouldn't know where like, you know, like you just felt like you couldn't do anything. Very possible. It's more like the difficulty of doing any given thing was too high potentially, relative to how much massa you could make. Couldn't grind it more because of 30 dungeon per week. Yeah, I mean that's the like having limits is normal. Because if something is infinitely farmable, then it becomes tricky to balance it so that it doesn't get oversupplied. So yeah. And there's many ways that you can have either a hard limit or a soft limit. Like you could design the game in such a way where people don't feel like it's worth to infinitely farm for the thing past a certain point. Or you could have a hard limit like KMS does. But yeah, it's more about balancing the relative cost of the things. More than, you know, like you can change the supply or you can change the relative cost. Like it's hard to say whether it was a GMS problem or whether the game designers wanted it to be that difficult, because I don't know what Korean MapleStory 2 was like, right? Could be a GMS problem. After you did 30 dungeons, there was nothing for you to do for the rest of the week. Yeah, that's just bad game design. Like, regardless of currency. Like, on KMS, I can farm past the Master Cup, and there's times where it's been worth farming past the Master Cup. Yeah, there's many MMOs that have very design choices that I really don't like, where they focus too much on the end game. You know, they design the game like you hit max level. You know, like anything other than like the end game content doesn't matter, and you hit max level really fast. I don't really like when they design MMOs like that, when it's so focused on the end game. Because to me, the game is everything before endgame, and endgame is just like something for the elite, or something to do once in a while. You know, if you feel like doing that. Like the most important part of the game to me is like everything else, everything other than endgame. Like what are all the things you could infinitely work on and feel good about?
무량과 회건나무
You still get item drops and EXP, and item drops are good because trading is a master sync.
회건나무
Yeah, I mean, there's very few people that are gonna farm past Master Cup. But I do think that it's designed in a way where you don't feel like there's no point in grinding past Master Cup. It's more like most people will think about doing something else instead of farming past Master Cup. But there's definitely times where you can farm well past Master Cup and it's worth. You're trying to get EXP, you're trying to get even more Master by selling fragments, it's still worth. But only like a very small percentage of players are gonna do that, because most people don't have enough time to do all of that. Most people don't even have time to hit Master Cup. It's not easy to farm 5 hours every day. It's easy for me, but it's a lot of farming already. 5 hours.
신속하게 물러나라 회건나무 쓸수 없을 거야 신속하게
It kind of feels misleading in Guild Wars too, because it's gated by skill and not by gear progression.
신수뼈풍
That's like a, you know, more of an interesting design choice.
신속
I don't know if I would like something like that, because, well, if I'm playing an MMO, I'm not necessarily looking to test my skills all the time. You know, like if I want to test my skills all the time, I play like an arcade game. So I'm not necessarily, like, if I'm looking for MMO, I'm not necessarily looking for a game where it's entirely skill based. You know, like the farmable progression should matter, and there should be many different ways that you can farm things that give you advantages. Whether, you know, it doesn't have to be farming, but like, you know, some people do bosses, some people do other things. Like I think the horizontal and vertical progression are important aspects of an MMO, and I wouldn't like it if like skill would be able to override all of if all of that was meaningless because the content is like purely skill gated, basically.
신속하게
Because like Maple rewards skill a lot in bosses. There's people who are like, oh, I'm 100 mil combat power and I did hard V-Hila for the first time. And someone who's like a god gamer is gonna do it at like 25 mil or something. So yeah, it's like, I think it's a good balance where if you don't like testing your skills, you can just farm more, accumulate more resources. It's cool to have that. I like testing my skills sometimes, and I like just brute forcing by farming a lot other times. Both of them are rewarding in different ways. There's probably people full legendary gear that have never done raids. Yeah, I mean, if there's other aspects that are interesting to work on, yeah, that benefit from your, you know, from the gear that you worked on.
물러나라.
But yeah, I like, as much as I can see how some people are very focused on skill-based gameplay and competitiveness, and well, if you make a game purely skill-based with no other aspects to it, then it's a very one-dimensional game. You know, it's not flexible to different types of players. Obviously, sometimes that's what you want. Like, if you're making an esports game, but for most genres, you want like a good mix of the two. You want a game where someone who is very into improving their skills can showcase how good they are and gets rewarded for that. But also, you know, like the casual player has a reason to come back and accumulate things or explore things. Replay value for beyond just grinding skills, like grinding your raw skills. A game design is not easy. I've never studied game design. I can't even begin. Yeah, it sounds like they have a good blend of the two. If there is a lot of open world stuff that you can do that's meaningful. Like, even if you look at games like Fortnite, like, yeah, Fortnite can be a very purely skill-based game that, you know, like an esport game. But they also do all this other goofy stuff, like the collabs and the mini games and the events and all of that. And all those things are very important. Like, if you're someone who purely plays competitive... I mean, I'm not a Fortnite player, so I don't know, maybe I'm talking bullshit, but yeah. It was to make an example of a game that I know is an esports game, but also does the other aspects. Because if it was only the competitive mode and nothing else, you know it would be way less successful and way less types of players would play it.
연마장향. 풍성찬이. 연성질수. 신속하게. 물러나라. 회검나무. 연마장향. 연성질수. 회검나무. 희생 찰리. 신속하게.
Is Rana's Ascent skill ass? I don't know if there's any difference between Ascent skills. Like, I don't know how they're balanced for different classes. So I don't know. I don't have a frame of reference. I like my Ascent skill. I like how it lets me one-shot bosses more easily, with less hassle. It also makes burst checks way easier, like Hard Lucid, even with a level 1 Ascent, becomes way easier to clear. And the Ren Ascent has 3 phases, and the first phase is helpful for mobbing. So that's also like a nice backup mobbing skill. Like, I use it, and for 30 seconds it does this, if I don't press it again. In a boss fight, I would just hold it down and just pop it immediately. But yeah. Then you press it again, and there's 2 other phases like that. But in terms of damage, I don't really know. I don't know if there is a huge gap between different classes' Ascent skills. I feel like they would be balanced to do very similar damage. I feel like how much of your total damage the Ascent skill is should be very similar between classes, but I don't really know. Well, in a boss fight, you press it immediately. Like, in a boss fight, you just hold it down and it does all the attacks immediately and all the damage immediately. But the first phase is useful for mobbing if you let it run like that. But for boss fights, you always use it all at once, unless you want to use it like an iframe. And then every press is like a mini iframe. But most of the time you're using it for damage and not as an iframe, so you just use it all at once. 2 rings for ring swap. I ring swap between restraint and weapon jump. Not continuous. You can't ring swap continuous. If you use continuous, you don't ring swap ever. Except maybe in Colbert. Wanna make a bishop in MapleM? Yeah, there's probably gonna be some events coming up in MapleM, right? For the winter season. What does weapon jump do? It just gives you stats. Like, I think it's based on your weapon's total attack or something. It gives you stats that's affected by stat potentials. And it doesn't require... It's not like restraint where you have to stay in the area. So it's a very easy ring to use because you can use it and move around and there's no limits to what... Like, the ring doesn't go away. It just lasts whatever duration. You do more damage. And there's nothing that can disable it. Like, you know, with Ring of Restraint, you have to stay in the area. With Risk Taker, you have to not get hit. But with Weapon Jump, you just use it and you do more damage. Why is it better than Continuous? Well, I mean, the real question is whether only using Continuous is better than swapping between Restraint and Weapon Jump. Because you can't swap to Continuous Ring. When you swap to Continuous Ring, it goes on a 2 minutes cooldown. So if you use Continuous Ring, you only use Continuous Ring. And yeah, I don't know, like I didn't test it. I used Ring of Restraint because it's easier to use Ring of Restraint. But I've seen people say that Ring of Restraint is better, and it makes sense because Ran is a pretty bursty class. Like, she has a very short, a very compressed burst that fits in the Ring of Restraint, and you do a huge chunk of damage with that. And I'm not a good player, so off burst I'm not necessarily DPSing optimally. So something like the continuous ring would be even worse for me because I don't play like the class like that. I'm not trying as hard as possible to DPM off burst, and also I don't generally do min clears. So if I'm running a boss, usually I want to kill it in one burst, and so only the burst damage matters. Yeah, basically you just, once the Ring of Restraint goes away, you swap to Weapon Jump, and then, you know, you just use it whenever you have your cooldowns up. Like whenever you use like the bow and the serpent, try to get those in Weapon Jump. Ah, that's misplaced. So like classes like Shadowwear that do most of their damage off burst, and they're all about, you know, DPMing off burst. Those classes will use continuous because, well, their damage is not condensed in a very short window. But even that depends on how you play the class, because maybe you're not good enough of a player to benefit from the continuous. And also there's classes like Dark Knight where you do a lot of your damage from short cooldowns that do all the damage instantly, and so if you can line those cooldowns up with the continuous ring, you know, and that's like a huge chunk of your damage. So those types of classes benefit more from continuous ring. And even for those classes, it depends. Like, I see Dark Knights using Roar sometimes in like party bossing and stuff like that, depending on the boss and the situation. Every boss fight and situation is different. Like if you wanted to really figure it out, you would have to test it for whatever, you know, like you have a specific boss fight in mind that you want to kill it faster, and then you test it, do a BA, and see which one is better for that. Wait, I've already looted. How often does the Night Troop event happen in KMS? There's no Night Troop on KMS. It's a non-KMS event. I think it comes from TMS. Don't enjoy Sia. I haven't played Sia yet. It's gonna be my next Hyperburn. But even then, it's gonna take me a while to play it enough. To, you know, play it enough to get a feel for it.
신속하게 신속하게
Last combination of union characters. I don't really think about it that hard. I just kind of go, like when I make a union character, I just go to Maple Wiki and look at the list of union blocks and I just see what makes sense. You know, like obviously I would prioritize like crit damage and things like that and boss damage. And then once you've done those, you can do like main stat, secondary stat. I don't even know if my setup is optimal. I just kind of freestyled it.
물러나라 쾌검나무 쾌검나무
Like on a fresh account, I usually like to go for a crit rate first. Because it makes it easier to train more union characters. But these days, like because of like if you're utilizing events, then you don't really have to grind a whole lot. Maybe it's not as important. I mean, you still have to grind to 101 though if you're making union characters. So I think it's still nice to go for the crit rate early on, so you can train your other characters more easily. 42 rands, imagine. All to 275. Time for horizontal stacking on soft surface. Have a good night, Atreus.
쾌검나무 쾌검나무
Damn, this anime looks so cute. And also that blue-haired character, it looks like Senzawa. Which is Gura's old persona.
신속하게
Sleep time. Good night, Ura.
귀상찰리 쾌검나무 할수 없을 거야 느려 쾌검나무 닥쳐라 미련과 해하지겨 열지 신속하게 덮쳐라 물건고 물러나라 쫓을 수 없을 거야 물러나라 네. 덮쳐라 쾌검나무 자, 신출귀물 신속하게 신속하게 물러나라 청풍명월 청풍명월 신속역수 물러나라 밀당고 신속하게 물러나라 닥쳐 쾌검나무 참 신성찬리 쾌검나무 물건고 쾌검나무 느려 쾌검나무 미련과 쾌검나무 신속역수 빵탄
빠빠빰빰.
신속하게 신화지경 열지 쓸 수 없을 거야 신생 찰리 회검나무 쓸수 없을 거야. 신화지경 신생 찰리 일점 집중 신속하게 회검나무 신속하게 느려 물러나라 덮쳐라 물단거 물러나라 열지 신화지경 쓸수 없을 거야. 신속여풍 신속하게 연마장향 미련거 신화지경 물러나라 회검나무 끝일 수 없을 거야. 신화지경 끝일 수 없을 거야. 물러나라 물러나라 낙화 청강 물러나라 신속하게 회검나무 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 연성질소 회검나무 차 신출귀몰 집중. 엎쳐라. 쓸수 없을 거야. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 일점 집중. 차. 쾌검나무. 미련도. 예스. 앞차라. 미련도. 신속하게. 신속하게. 쾌검나무. 신속하게. 신속하게. 쾌검나무. 물러나라. 연성지수. 비생창리. 느려. 차. 쾌검나무. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 쾌검나무. 망탈. 쾌검나무. 느려. 신속하게. 신속하게. 신화지경 물러나라. 일점 집중. 쾌검나무 귀상찰리. 낙화 청강. 쾌검나무 무량거. 쾌검나무 쾌검나무. 차, 차. 신술분 무량거. 연정지수 물러나라. 낙탄 무량거. 쾌검나무 물러나라. 신속하게. 물러나라. 신상찬리. 쾌검나무 물단거. 신화지경 망탈 성풍명월 연장지수 신속하게. 차. 쾌검나무 실사수수 신화지경 신속격풍 물러나라. 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 쾌검나무 쾌검나무 느려. 쾌검나무 빙상찰리 미련 연성지수 신속하게 물러나라 청풍명월 쾌검나무
%. Let's go.
쾌검나무 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 물러나라 신속하게 쾌검나무 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 물러나라 신출귀물 신화지경 쾌검나무 쓸수 없을 거야 신속하게 자 빙상찰리 쫓을 수 없을 거야 느려 자 닥쳐라 신화지경 일점 집중 자 피하는 게 좋을 거야 찬리 신속하게 미련과 신화지경 신출귀물 신속하게 퇴건문무 신속하게 퇴건문무 연성지수 놓칠 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 낙탄. 쏠수 없을 거야. 비상찬리. 차. 신수격투. 퇴건나무 퇴건나무 물러나라. 연마장향 퇴건나무 퇴건나무 깡탄 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서 연성지수 물러나라. 물러나라. 생선찬리 퇴건나무 신속하게
빠빠빰 빠빰.
물러나라. 연성지수 퇴건나무 신속하게 물러나라. 성풍명월 물러나라. 일정 집중. 성풍명월. 망탈.
빠빠랑.
비상창리. 표범나무. 한화지경. 신속하게. 한화지경. 신속하게. 쾌검나무. 성풍명월. 물러나라. 신속하게. 연성비수. 차. 성풍명월. 쾌검나무. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 무령거. 차. 헉. 물러나라. 일정 집중. 덮쳐라. 한화지경. 신출귀몰. 신속하게. 물러나라. 닥쳐라. 물러나라. 신속하게. 물러나라. 신속하게. 쓸수 없을 거야. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 신속하게. 성풍명월. 신속하게 쾌감만 망탈 신속하게 물러나라 망탈 쓸수 없을 거야 신속하게 연마장향 미련거 닥쳐라 쾌감만
Open up.
신출귀몰 쾌감만
Ah, yeah, yeah.
비상찰리 차 신속하게
Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, bum.
물단거 연성기수
Giga Ruin.
신속하게 신속하게 물러나라 쾌검나무 청풍명화 물러나라 닥쳐라 물러나라 차 엎드려 덮쳐라. 신속하게 물러나라. 청풍년아 신속하게 열지 꽃잎을 타고 닥쳐라. 창문의 힘이 내 검을 깃들어 모든 것을 태어내라. 물러나라. 피할 수 없을 거야. 원성 지수 신출 규모 연마 장향 망탈 물러나라. 신속여품 신속하게 물건들 신속하게 신출 규모 신속하게 차 쾌검나무 멸치 덮쳐라. 무량거 원성지수 쾌검나무 신속하게 쾌검나무 연마장향 닥쳐라. 물러나라. 신속하게 무량거
We have 4 more coupons. Yep, seems about right.
신하지겨 물러나라. 무량거 신속하게 쾌검나무 신출규모 망탈 무량거 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 회관나무 느려. 덮쳐라. 물러나라. 청풍명월 느려. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 물러나라. 신속하게. 열지. 덮쳐라. 신속하게. 물러나라.
Oh, that was a live show?
신속하게. 물러나라. 차. 차. 하. 신속하게. 뜻깊다 뜻. 신속하게. 회검나무 많다. 신출귀물 덮쳐라. 물러나라.
Another coupon down. I think I'll stay in this channel actually for another coupon.
신속하게. 신속하게. 물러나라. 물러나라. 신출귀몰. 쾌검나무. 물러나라. 연마장향. 덮쳐라. 신출귀몰. 무량도. 쾌검나무. 일정 집중. 연금지수. 연마장향. 쾌검나무. 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서 물러나라. 망탈. 한마디로. 자. 신속하게. 닥쳐라. 귀상찰리. 신속하게. 끊지. 내려. 닥쳐라. 할 수 없을 거야. 자, 끝일 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 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 느려. 연성지수. 산매수가 자강불. 모든 것을 태어내라. 신속하게. 쾌건. 신속하게.
2 more coupons, right? 3 more coupons. Oh, okay.
쾌건나무. 물건거. 신출귀문. 신속하게. 일정 집중. 물러나라. 연성지수. 비상찬립. 물러나라. 느려. 물러나라. 상품명월. 신속하게. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 차. 물러나라. 느려. 물러나라. 쾌검나무. 물러나라. 차. 물러나라. 신속하게. 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 쾌검나무. 신속하게. 물러나라. 신속하게. 차. 신속하게. 물러나라. 물러나라. 망탈. 물러나라. 하늘을 뚫려. 물단거. 영성질수. 회건나무. 회건나무. 물러나라. 신속하게. 회건나무. 망탈. 물단거. 차. 물러나라. 신속하게. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 망탈. 물러나라. 회건나무. 물단거. 물러나라. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 신속하게. 회건나무. 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 신속하게. 회건나무. 낙화. 성강. 회건나무. 비상찰리. 회건나무. 받쳐라. 쾌검나무 상풍명월 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 신속하게 신속하게 상풍명월 신속하게 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 무량거 쾌검나무 상풍명월 쾌검나무 물러나라. 물러나라. 내려. 연성지 역시 흥하지경 신속하게 신속하게 물러나라.
Oh, it's radio happy. Banger.
물러나라. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 일정 집중. 할 수 없을 거야. 연성 집중. 신속하게. 신속하게. 물러나라. 신속하게. 차. 쾌검나무 신속하게. 꽃잎을 타고 물러나라. 물러나라. 연성지수
빵빵.
비상창 느려 신속하게 물러나라. 닥쳐라. 물러나라. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 물량고 연성지수 쾌검나무 기생창이 신속하게 물러나라. 흥하지겨 물러나라. 쾌검나무 물러나라. 일점 집중. 신속하게 덮쳐라. 물러나라. 쾌검나무 물러나라. 쾌검나무 신속하게 막탈 쾌검나무 차 일점 집중. 쾌검나무 신속하게 물러나라. 쓸 수 없을 거야. 흥하지겨 신출귀는 자, 신속하게 쾌검나무 자, 끝일 수 없을 거야. 덮쳐라. 쾌검나무 밀당고 흥하지겨 풍량아, 내려. 닥쳐라. 내려. 회건나무. 닥쳐라. 물러나라. 회건나무. 망탄. 연마사야. 물러나라. 물러나라. 신속하게. 신속하게. 낙화. 물러나라. 신속하게. 열쇠. 신출귀몰. 회건나무. 영경빛. 신속하게. 차. 물러나라.
Got another coupon done. 3 more to go. I need to use the bathroom real quick. 1 minute. I'm gonna be right back. Good time to get up and stretch. Drink water. Refill your water bottle like I do. Yeah, I'll see you in a minute. Okay, back. Right. Thank you, thank you. 80%. No.
신속하게 물러나라. 무량과 연성지수 물러나라. 무량과 느려 뜨겁는 물러나라. 연마장향 신속하게 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 망탈 희생찬리 쾌검나무 물러나라. 신속하게 물러나라. 쾌검나무 차 물러나라. 집중심 물러나라. 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 연마장향 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서 신속하게 물러나라. 무량과 연성지수
Hello, nice guy. Finished working through your 3k cards. Trash and more trash. Average familiar experience.
쾌검나무 느려 신속하게
Another bot in your guild? Oh no. MVP rad. 21 tomorrow? Okay.
물러나라 물러나라 신화지경 신속하게 연마장향 물건거 차 쾌검나무 신속역소 쾌검나무 예스 쾌검나무 신속하게 신속하게 마무탄 물러나라 물러나라 쾌검나무 물러나라 덮쳐라 할수 없을 거야 예스 물러나라 물러나라 맹탄 할수 없을 거야 차 물러나라 신속하게
We did it? Little morning sun love.
연성지수 쫓을 수 없을 거야.
Dora the Explorer.
신속하게 차 신속하게 신출귀몰 느려 무량거 물러나라 비상찰리 신속하게 쾌감문명 덮쳐라 연성지수 쾌검나무 물러나라 열쇠 물건거 신속하게 쾌검나무 신속역풍 물건거 연마장향 신속하게 물러나라 열지 물러나라 덮쳐라 물건거 연성지수 느려 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 피할 수 없을 거야. 비상찰리 쾌검 나무. 신속하게 물러나라. 성풍명화. 망탈. 물러나라. 물러나라. 신속하게 물러나라. 망탈. 성풍명월. 쓸 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 성풍명월. 신수격투. 신출귀몰. 닥쳐라. 신속하게 물러나라. 망탈. 귀상찰리.
Hello, Apple.
신속하게 일점 집중. 쾌검나무.
Oh, there's a rune.
신화지경.
Almost 7 bill now.
신속하게 신속하게 쾌검나무. 신속하게 쾌검나무. 신속하게 망탈. 신화지경. 귀상찰리. 신속하게 쾌검나무. 신속하게 노력. 무량거. 물러나라. 느려 쾌검나무 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 상풍명화 신속하게 신화지경 열지 망탈 쾌검나무 연상지수 쾌검나무 물러나라
Well, that's misplaced.
닥쳐라 물러나라 쾌검나무 차 신화지경 연마장향 신속하게 낙화 신속하게 흑 신속하게 신화지경 차 흑. 놓칠 수 없을 거야. 쾌검나무 일정 집중 신속하게 망탈 쾌검나무 상풍명화 쾌검나무 물러나라. 쾌검나무. 무량각. 물러나라. 쾌검나무. 뺏길 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 큰화지경. 물러나라. 물러나라. 큰화지경. 신속하게. 신속하게. 비상찰리. 물러나라. 쾌검나무. 쾌검나무. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 큰화지경. 쾌검나무. 쾌검나무. 연성색. 쾌검나무. 물러나라. 비상찰리. 매력. 뗄 수 없을 거야. 일정 집중.
Another coupon. What's the burning here? I don't know. Maybe I should try the CC. But nah, I don't care that much. I don't want to CC too much.
신속하게.
It kinda eats away time.
물러나라. 쾌검나무. 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 무량각. 물러나라. 차. 신속역행. 신속하게. 망탈. 신속하게 물러나라. 연마 장향 쾌검나무 신속하게 덮쳐라. 무경고 연성태수 쾌검나무 성풍명화 신속하게 쾌검나무 닥쳐라. 물러나라. 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 쾌검나무 신속하게 연마 장향 신속하게 휘성차오리 물러나라. 무경고 쫓을 수 없을 거야. 물러나라. 쾌검나무 쾌검나무 연 쾌검나무 신속하게 쾌검나무 신속하게 물러나라. 피하는 게 좋을 거야. 쾌검나무 물러나라. 물러나라. 느려 신속하게 닥쳐라. 신속하게 물러나라. 신속하게 깨어나라. 신출귀물. 신속하게. 쾌검나무. 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 귀생찰리. 떨어진 꽃잎 속에서